Time to return to the Girl system and the adventures of Ethan Weber. So I might as well make mention, I actually was a bit delayed in starting the stream today because, I had to go pick up my cat's insulin from the vet, and that is a hell of a bus ride. But more so than that, I also was testing out the PC version and seeing how I could get, how well I could get it running and whatnot, and trying to remember how to set everything up and doing some performance testing stuff. And, well, I'm still running it on the emulator version because, well, just in the first place, I wouldn't have had enough time to get a file to Chapter 3 before the stream began. But so I could get it to run at about the resolution that I have my PS2 emulator in right now. And it would look better. The UI elements would be notably smaller, and the subtitles would be pretty tiny. But it would look pretty better, quite a bit. It would look kind of better. I did admittedly, in between last session and this one, set my emulator to have 4 times anisotropic filtering instead of 2 times, so this should look better than than previous session. But the actual big issue for running the PC version, from what I tested, it's weird. It runs notably worse, and I don't understand that. I could have sworn last time I ran it, it was really solid, ran better than the PS2 version, but testing it today before this stream, yeah, for some reason the PC version, this is kind of framey and choppy at times, and the PC version was way worse, and I don't get it. So yeah, I'll try and see if I can. I'll still try and see if I can get it to work any better, if there's something just weird about the settings, because the settings don't display properly for me, because it's technically the Japanese release, but still. Yolk is melting. But yeah, it's actually, I don't get why it runs worse for me. I don't get it at all. Mikaris Gade. But yeah, Also, yeah, I also checked Ambition of the Illuminous. Yeah, that doesn't have an offline mode, so I wouldn't be able to do the story in that anyways. And unfortunately, most unfortunately of all, I guess, there is actually a bonus for transferring of, like having a complete save file of Universe. Having a complete save file of Universe, and then having that for your Ambition of the Illuminous character. It's minor, but it does exist.
What'll it be?
Hey, we didn't actually check out the different armors last time. And hey, we can't afford these, but notably better defense in the brand line and the purple line. The light line is better evasion than defense. It just kind of 2 more evasion, 1 less defense. I don't know how the numbers really work that well in this, and this isn't really going to be the most important thing for this, because story mode isn't really the most involved stat-wise. It's going to help, but it's not really the most involved. Also, there's units in this game as well. Equipment can have arm slots, head slots, body slots, and an extra slot. And also, as you can see here, this purple line is 8% fire element. Of course, I can't really afford this. Like, if I wanted to go through and sell something, maybe. If I want to sell that Moon Atomizer X, I should sell the Moon Atomizer X. I'll sell 1 because I can afford the Fire Element purple line. And we're going to be going up against Fire Element stuff anyways. Madras Karn. But yeah. Oh, also, I felt bad about, you know, progressing into Chapter 3 last time and, you know, not letting us just start on a Save This World, so that's why I let that run. I say as if I'm not going to do that every time. Stank Geese. Oh my god. Commander Geese or Commander Stank. I knew I was correct in talking to everybody just to see their names.
Welcome. Can I help you?
Okay, so here I can get an upgrade to my basic saber with a brand, and it is ice element too. I could also get a staff, which is a wand. It's not a staff, it's a wand, but it's called a staff. Or I could get a power gun, an upgrade to my basic handgun. I'll go with the brand because I use that. Like I use my basic saber a bunch. Let's just replace the saber with that on the palette. I keep using triangle as if it's for bringing up the menu. Like Rising Strike to it. If I really wanted to, I could add this to my photon palette as an extra thing. Just so I could have 2 sabers on there for just burning through my PP and just using nothing but photon arts. Oh. The user agreement. Weapon upgrades are modifications designed for professional users in order to increase PP capacity and weapon damage. The limiter included for safety reasons will be removed and a pure photon stream will be applied. Weapon upgrades are a risky and delicate procedure, and if the upgrade fails, the weapon itself may become damaged. The customer agrees that we cannot be held responsible for any damage to the weapon. Each upgrade requires a weapon originally manufactured by us, as well as a grinder that matches the grade of the weapon. This is actually a really cute touch. That you have to sign a user agreement for upgrading your weapon because, hey, we're not responsible if something goes bad. You agree this is a risky process. So yeah, this is where you use grinders, and yeah, you have to use, at least for this location, I would have to use only GRM brand things. I can only grind up GRM brand things, and I would need a grinder of the same grade. But But yeah, that's actually... The fact that they have a user agreement for that is actually really cute. And yeah, here's some arm slot stuff. We can increase our attack or our accuracy.
Please come again.
I don't have any... I didn't equip my, my purple line. There we go. Also, because it's fire element, you can see that the lines on our clothing, the lines on our clothing, the photon lines have changed.
Hey there. You want something?
Oh hey, Dust Dagas. I could get a spear ability, and I also can now get techs. Boy, Barda, Zonda, and Resta, just the basic stuff. Which once again, you'll notice don't have a level associated with them, just from the tech discs themselves. And that's because, one, like every other photon art, they level based around use.
Thanks. Welcome. Can I help you?
Well, let's just increase our damage.
Please come again.
Right, I have to scroll over to items, then add car power to armor. Yeah, the purple line is a pretty big upgrade just in raw defensive power, and it'll also give us some fire defense too. Fire defense, I believe, meaning against anything that is fire element. Not just, like, if the attack is fire element. I think. So, can Ethan now care about fashion? Okay. No, he cannot. Maybe some other day. Okay. Good to know. Oh, also, with the PC version, it would be the Japanese PC version. I mentioned this earlier, but another thing about that would be that it'd be the Japanese dub, which the acting wouldn't be anywhere near as stiff. It'd be a lot more normal. Just kind of normal Japanese voice acting, basically. Nothing that special. And from the linear line platform here, I cannot take any free missions. So yeah, the free missions that we can take are based around which entrance we're going to. So if we have a free mission on a specific planet, it's not just that specific planet, it's a specific spot, like the linear line platform there will have different free missions and whatnot. Right, Spiel fonts. But not really. This is a time in which I talk to NPCs not because I'm interested in what they have to say, but because I'm interested in their names. Not gonna tell me your name? Okay. Disappointed. I just want to know what your name is, because everybody has such incredible names in this world. So yeah, casts on Parum have become kind of notably pretty racist. Not just to humans, but to everyone. Anyone biological. Said it last time. I'll repeat it again. For Phantasy Star Universe's setting as a whole, racism is kind of a thing. more so in terms of like the settings kind of history, just because of humans making things and then not liking what they made and then getting racist at it. And that's kind of where most of the historical strife has come from, is humans doing something and then hating it and then warring with it. All right, leave counter. Before I go in, let's add Huga and Karen to our party. So it's right now just going to be a party of pure hunters. It does seem like they have leveled in the meantime, since we last saw them. So their level might be, like, scaled to a specific point. But anyways, time to do Creature Discomfort. The first free mission. This is a free mission that we kind of have to do. Native creatures that lived in the Rathon Meadow because the seed influence became brutal, and as a result, they are causing damage in the local area. So just go in and kill some monsters. Alright, because of what I had equipped last time isn't on my action palette anymore, I do have to equip it properly this time by selecting it from the action palette again. And yeah, because my pistol is equipped with Burning Hit, it now does fire element shots, which, thinking about that, why did I do that? I'm going up against fire element things. So let's just go with Frozen Hit, not as much damage, higher PP cost, but it can inflict freeze, so let's do the same for our twin handgun. Immediately, Rising Strike level 13. And yeah, by changing the element of our pistol, it now has an element. It costs more to use. Runs out of ammo faster. Yeah. But anyways, like I said earlier, with trying to run the PC version, it is unfortunate that for some reason it runs worse. I do not at all get that. If it ran notably better, like, that actually would be a thing that would make me, like, think of giving up the, like, save transfer stuff. Oh, escape doll. Right away. Yeah, I thought so. Oh. Just basically, if it ran better, then it'd probably feel a little better to use, like, to play as well. Like, control a little better. But nah. Just unfortunate. So it does seem like our bullets can level up as well. Like freeze hit and whatnot. Because that technically counts as a photon art in this. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it does. So it's probably going to get increased chance to apply its own status effect as it levels. My cat has joined me on the couch. He's just kind of looking around, wondering why I'm not petting him more. Oh, right, I actually did pick up other photon art, so I can use other weapons now without feeling like I'm kind of like wasting it. Yeah, here's Tornado Break. It's okay. It's an AoE move. Now, Tornado Break is a move that I do know eventually I can do multiple attacks with it. I know that one for a fact. So right now, I'm just gonna keep using this until I run out entirely just to level it. Because it becomes... I remember that once you actually can do multiple attacks with it, it's actually kind of okay. Another Scape Doll. And another Moon Atomizer X. I'm kind of tempted to just use all Moon Atomizer X's as money at this point, because I don't feel like there's that much of a purpose of keeping my party members alive, especially because it seems like they just automatically revive anyways. God. I both hate and love the giant popsicle stick sword. Oh, that was fast. Huh.
You're doing pretty good.
Okay, so I could have done much better in terms of speed, but I did defeat everything basically, presumably. And yeah, I got a couple of hunter points for that. I'm actually gonna do that again just to show off the other weapons, because that was a lot faster than I thought. So yeah, that's another purpose behind the ranking system, is it kind of, it's there to give you like faster leveling for your current type, with different missions having different like sort of goals. So like this one, the amount of enemies killed is one of the goals, so as a result it's all about finding out where all of the enemies spawn and then hunting everything down, and doing that as fast as possible. Right, this... I don't have the photon art for that. I do have one for this. For this situation, let's just go with twin guns. Oh, it seems like... Can guns just flat out not lock on? Be kind of weird. Another Scape Doll, that's 3. I can die a lot. And I'm not in much danger of dying either. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can lock on at all with guns in the first place. It's not just an offhand weapon thing. Oh, see what the twin daggers have. Renkai Buyozan, obviously, it's gonna have more hits, like more attacks as we use it more and level it. Pretty worthless right now to start, though. Rising Crush, it's the Twin Saber version of whatever it was called for the single saber. To be honest, I wasn't really paying attention to its name. I was just using it a lot. Even though I said it a bunch. I know I did. Somehow already forgot, though. But yeah, let's just keep up with the brand and whatnot. Because it is our strongest weapon right now. It is Ice Element 2 and Rising Strike. That's its name. Oh, we got its second hit. So the fact that the icon doesn't dim when we do that first swing, that's what tells us we can do another follow-up to it. So already we're kind of touching on a bit of an issue with how the photon heart leveling works, which is you get one, sucks, and it needs the additional follow-ups, and then you have the one that you've been using the entire game, and it doesn't, and it already has all its additional follow-ups. So why use the new one unless you decide to dedicate time to grinding it? Let's see.
Not bad at all. You show real promise.
Still not an S rank in time. Can go much faster for that, but still. I'm just gonna go buy that spear photon art. So I will touch on a little thing that will be more of a deal going forward once we get to any other planet. I don't know which planet will come next, but once we get to the next one, it'll be more of a deal. It's sort of tied into the whole thing I mentioned about brands. About the fact that a brand, not as in the sword we're using, but a brand as in the, like, a clothing brand, a weapon brand. That it's more about the naming schemes, and it's trying to add to, like...
Welcome. How may I assist you?
It's trying to add a bit of flavor to the world and establish that, like...
Thank you.
The different brands themselves kind of come from different... Like, they're different cultures or different people's versions of the same thing. Might as well sell a car line. I could sell 2 of my... You can hold 10 Scape dolls. I'll sell 1 for now, because that's a lot of money. I'll sell another Moon Atomizer X.
Can I help you?
Then I can upgrade my handgun to a power gun and hold on to a staff
again.
just to show off that.
Hey there. You
Well, if
want
I-
something?
Get Dustagas. So you may notice Tornado Break, Rising Crush, Rising Strike, Twin Burn, Twin Freeze, Twin Plasma, Burning Hit, Frozen Hit, Plasma Hit. Then you have Dustagas. And then you also have Renkai Buyozan and Shunbu Shorenzan. So this implies that basically the spear weapons get... Excuse me. But this implies that the spear weapons are kind of more like the spear weapon arts are more of a beast thing. This kind of naming scheme and whatnot and style is applies more to Mutu and beast specifically. The very specifically very Japanese ones here with daggers, that is a Newman thing because it's from New Days. And, well, Newmans are Japanese space elves. Anyways, let's also buy some spells to use with that one that we got. And now I'm out of money. Right. Not player information. I guess I'll add Dynates to there. I don't really need Moon Atomizer on my palette, or Star Atomizer, because I have enough healing for myself, and that's really what matters. Up until we run into some sort of mission that has a goal of, like, not letting our party members die. I might as well leave the Photon Eraser on there, though. So yeah, most of our storage, well, we have quite a bit of our storage, second most of our storage, is taken up by synth items. We have 60 slots, which is, I think that, yeah, that is more than we had in PSO, but we have a lot more things to fill up that with. And it's intended that we have a lot more weapons with us than PSO. Let's link this to Frozen Hit. Replace our basic gun with that. Also, let's link Dustagas to our pike. There, words. I'm still honestly kind of cold after being outside for a while. Let's replace the twin handgun with the staff, which is, yeah, you can see from here, it is a right-hand weapon. And then you can see left-hand weapons. We can only, I was under that might be a later game thing, but we can only equip like a left-hand weapon or a right-hand weapon to a single slot. So I can't have like a single power gun be used across multiple different like left-hand weapons. I guess let's put the handgun for that. I have an empty hand, so might as well. And oh right, if I want to use any photon arts, I do need to link them. So let's link Barda to our... No, let's link Barda to our square button, because it's our main attack, and let's link Zonda to our triangle. Yeah, that's right. I can only cast 2 photon arts with this staff. There's no physically attacking with it. This does, by the way, mean that casts are able to use techniques. They're able to use magic, because it's purely based around weapons. It's running off your weapons ammo, effectively, so... It's an idea that they end up not sticking with. I actually don't really recall how good techniques are in this. Wait, how did you know who her grandfather is? Do you know who she is? All right, another small little issue with... I don't know if I've mentioned it. I mentioned the UI stuff would be an issue with the PC version. A bigger issue with the PC version? Subtitle size. Minuscule. Running it at a smaller resolution would fix that because it just doesn't scale. But yeah. that one's a more minor issue because, like I said, it's more resolution based.
Good, you're here. I want to introduce you to our client. Dr. Dorson is a relics archaeologist. Now, as I was saying to the doctor a moment ago, about the relic site discovered the other day, we've already lost several teams in there, and they were professionals. It's just too dangerous for you.
But I must examine this relic site. I'll go alone if I have to.
He wants to come with us. It's no place for a citizen.
That's what I've been trying to explain to him.
You don't realize the importance of this place. A key to saving our world could be inside this relic site.
Let me make this clear. We cannot promise your safety.
I am well aware of that. I must go. Either way, I will go.
Very well. However, if at any point I feel the mission has become too dangerous, I'll abort it. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, absolutely.
You sure about this, Karen?
We'll see.
So yeah, now that we have free missions, the game structure is a bit more apparent. Anytime we're going to get a story mission and whatnot, it's going to appear pretty much in the same place our free missions would. Takes a bit longer to go through NPC dialogue in this than it did in PSO because of the time it takes for the speech bubble to pop up. Well, time to go do the story mission. So, one of the things that I noticed, well, that I mentioned was the fact that, hey, the way that your mission counters work is each mission counter has its own set. That's actually kind of a neat thing that is like, it's kind of a hassle, but I kind of like it because it's trying to add more of a sense of like location to everything. But anyways, we're going to be doing Relics Inquiry, which is going to be the Rathon Meadow Shore instead of just Rathon Meadow. For this mission, both Huga and Karen are required. Per the request of the client, Dr. Dorson, head to the relic site in Rathon Meadow and investigate it and protect the doctor. I don't know if he's actually going to be like a hittable target here. He at least is wearing armor. That was the motion of understanding. Okay, so he is going to be with us. He's a low level, but he does have a weapon at least. We'll see it once we get into combat, presumably. I'm reminded of being joined by Mome for right now. In PSO. Anybody else gonna do anything? Okay, good. Hey, level 2 frozen hit. Unfortunately, you can see that with that, we're spending a lot of PP every time we shoot this. And some of those hits don't even count because of evasion and accuracy. I don't seem to recall guns being the best in base universe in vanilla. Just mainly because of this. But it's hard to say because I don't really remember endgame vanilla. I remember aspects of it, but... But it also, like, I remember aspects of it as in following people talking about it. I've mentioned it before. Is that a rare gun? Oh no, it's just... Yeah, it's just what I'm using, but it looks like it's fire element. But yeah, I think I've mentioned it before, but I didn't really play Universe until Ambition came out. Until the first expansion pack. Because of just how much that actually changed. And it changed so much, it was such a huge overhaul to the game's mechanics and systems, that seeing all of that was what convinced me to play it. Just seeing that, oh, they're correcting everything, they understand the problems that were with the base game, and they know what they're going to be doing going forward. Well, that and them announcing, like, that Ambition of the Illuminous would have crossover quests with online. Also, I got another Scape doll. This game doesn't want me to die at all. Oh, I just noticed these Varas are level 10. You stop blocking me. Well, I'm doing some just basic stuff. I might as well... Oh, wait. Is it the path that I came? Oh, I went down a side path. Might as well talk about some other stuff while I'm doing this. So... recently been playing quite a bit of... Like, I think I've mentioned it before, but I'm still working my way through Fire Emblem Warriors on the... Still working my way through Fire Emblem Warriors on the Switch. Like the first one. The one that was a crossover game. Not Three Hopes. And I'm almost done with it. All I have left to do is basically... I finally finished getting all of the supports to A rank for everybody. Which, good God, that takes a while. Mainly because of the DLC characters. It's 9 extra characters to get everybody to have a max rank support with. It's a lot, turns out. I might as well start to level up my sword. Oh right, I have a pike with Dust Dagas. I might as well show that off. But yeah, with... Oh, hey! The teleporter. But yeah, with that, I finally finished getting all A rank supports, which is nice. I do like some of the running jokes through the different, support conversations, because not every A rank has a conversation with it, but, like, it has to be like an A+ rank to have a conversation, basically. Okay, so that's Dust Agas. Quick 3 hits. That's guaranteed to have a follow-up as it levels. But yeah, admittedly, the main thing I want to level, it's Tornado Break. Getting multiple hits for this is going to be a big thing. So admittedly, using this now, and remembering other Phantasy Star Universe setting stuff, girl setting stuff. I will, by the way, note, I have been picking up, like, other armors, finally. Picking up equipment mid-quest in a Phantasy Star, who'd have thunk it? But yeah, I remember that they did buff the sword weapon set a lot across the series. Just making it faster to use, really. And I can kind of feel that right now. But yeah, with some of the with some of the support conversations, like I said, you can tell if it in that one if a character has a support conversation, if it's an A+. And the reason why everybody can have an A rank support with each other is more so just because of materials and items, because it's how you get skills across different characters. Is that getting an A rank support gives you an item that is required to get that character's skill on somebody else. So, like, top priority for the top priority in Fire Emblem Warriors 1 in terms of A ranking supports is Ryoma, because he has Astra, and in that game Astra is just faster weapon attack animations, like just faster attack animations, so it is just universally better for everybody. You want everybody to have it. There's a weapon skill that the DLC introduced that's the same thing. It's called Acceleration, but it's like you're wasting a weapon skill slot on that to try and maybe save a character skill slot, which stacking like crit stuff, armor break, and whatnot on a weapon skill, having a weapon type break plus 2 Slayer abilities on it is kind of what you want. So you don't really have much room to waste your weapon slots on. Which also, hey, I maxed out every weapon. Every personal weapon in that game has now been maxed out for me. So yeah, I'm finally approaching a point where I am almost done 100%ing it. I say, even though, like, I know I could take it a step further and go like, well, what if I maxed out everybody's badges? Every single character's badges and like personal upgrades and whatnot, and got everybody to level 150. So yeah, my current plan is basically just beat the game on Nightmare difficulty, I believe it is. Either Nightmare or Maddening for it. So beat story mode on that, and then get S ranks on the remaining couple of DLC maps that I have, which are the real end game things. But yeah, once I'm done that, I'll finally be done with the game entirely. Which is an exciting prospect for me, the idea of having 100% in a Warriors game. I have done the thing that no human being should ever try. I say that, but there's, the more recent Warriors games do have notably less content in them, and 100%ing them is notably easier. I'll just progress. Like, 100%ing, Age of Calamity is, practically intended. 100%ing Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition I have only one life to live. There's only so much time on this earth. Lovely Tornado Break is so slow, especially with the fact that I don't have any TP for it, for this sword. But yeah, with that though, once I'm done that, finally I'll be focusing on finishing up Octopath Traveler. I'm not gonna get it done before 2 comes out. I'll be close, but because I am close to beating that game anyways, but still. Now, the other thing that's already been eating up an extremely large amount of my time, though, lately... Oh, hey, trial cleared. I'll just finish up my thought. Okay, Dorson being incapacitated is a ranking thing, and I didn't kill every enemy, which is why I didn't get an S rank in that. So if I did search for more enemies, I would have gotten an S rank. But I'll just wrap it up my current thought of just, I'm about to step into a boss fight. I know that. I recognize this. No, this is the AMF area. Okay. I'm getting close to a boss fight though, but the other game that's been eating up so much of my time though is Theaterism Final Bar Line, because that just released on Switch and PS4, but I got it on Switch and I also got it digitally, which usually I'm the type of person who will buy a game on the Sony platform just because of trophies. I am that bitch. Just for some reason, trophies speak to me in a way that like 360 and Steam achievements don't. And then alongside that, I'm also big into physical copies of games, but for Theaterism Final Bar Line, it's the exact sort of game that I want to have on my person at all times. So getting it on Switch, playing it on a handheld, playing it in handheld mode at all times, just any time that I want, is a super big appeal of it to me. And having it digitally so I can have it anywhere, it just, yeah. Which, Theaterism Curtain Call was my favorite rhythm game of all time on the 3DS. Because I absolutely adore Final Fantasy as a franchise, and especially the music. And God, Final Bar Line is amazing. Final Bar Line's already my game of the year. It is... I'm not that much of a rhythm game guy, but... Oh. Final Bar Line is, like, Theaterism is just fantastic. Just today when I was on the bus, like, going to get my cat's insulin, I was able to reach the credits of it. Which isn't as big of a deal as you may think, but... like, it's not like completing every single quest line and whatnot, every single game. Like, every single series line of quests, basically. It's completing a few games and then doing the Theaterism originals. That's how you get to the credits. And then that further unlocks some stuff for you. So it's admittedly like... It is admittedly one of those things that, like, you know about it, you want to kind of beeline for it. Yeah, I will say so far, I think that the music that translates into, like, music charts the best is the Final Fantasy 13 series stuff. Like, as in, like, 13-2 and Lightning Returns. It just has a lot of just built-in really good variants for the sake. Like, that feels very good in the context of a rhythm game. Slow going on Level and Tornado Break right now. I guess You know what? I really should show off how spellcasting works in this. Oh. Big Steppy. Seeing these gigantic dragon-like footprints. Nothing. It's gotta be nothing. I'll heal before going in here. Now, I remember this area. This is very large and open. Obviously, the dragon-like footprints and this huge, wide-open arena don't mean anything.
Just what is this place? It looks like somebody set off an explosive here.
Look at this. This wasn't caused by Alliance weaponry. A dragon's nest.
A dragon's nest?
We have to leave at once. Huh?
Giggling is the name. It's so silly.
It's too late. We'll have to fight it. Watch out for its fire. Everyone scatter!
See, it's not a dragon. It's a dragon. So, spellcasting... Okay, in this game, there isn't charging it. God, that is no damage, huh? I'm not even hitting, like, good parts of it, but it's partially because it's so low level. Because I'm not, a force right now. Let's go to the brand. You can see just how many targets this thing has. Oh, right. I have no PP on that, so. Let's try and aim and shoot its head. Oh, damn. Yeah, ice element bullets. Being able to hit its head with that. So that is... For all the little things that this game has been doing kind of off, that is one of the, like, the more... controlled aiming scheme, like aiming style, is a big benefit that this game has. Being able to do first-person aiming and shooting, and the way that targeting works, is a really big advancement and improvement compared to PSO. The fact that I can, like, pull out a gun and just aim. I can't move while I'm doing it, but I can. Yeah, I don't give a shit. What are you gonna do to me? You call that damage? You think that burn gives me makes me afraid of you? You think me being out of ammo makes me afraid of you? I just noticed it's level 18. And yeah, once again, multi-target stuff. Sword is pretty decent at that. Tornado Break especially. I hope Dr. Dorson doesn't die. It's like, I'm in no danger, but... I have... Look at how much healing I have. Better not die, Dr. Dorson. I don't have any party healing equipped, so you better... Oh, God. He went down. I already know it. Yep. Well, I'm not S-ranking this trial. Yeah, you do that. There we go. I giggle every time they say Dragon out loud, though.
I think it's weak enough that we should be safe, for a little while at least. Quickly, we have to get to that relic site now.
That was kind of our first taste of a real boss fight.
I'm okay. Just keep going.
Try harder.
Yeah, Dr. Dorson getting incapacitated once destroyed my rank. I wonder if I'll be able to repeat story quests, like, after this. But yeah, we actually kind of gliding past it, but hey, we did the dragon fight for this game. Raphon Meadow sure is unexciting in visuals, huh? Bruce Boyd. Yeah. Some missions will be, you know, taking us through multiple areas, multiple stages. The whole thing I mentioned about the, let's just see, what do I have for these purple lines? They're all the same. Okay, that's okay. That's more money. But yeah, so for each stage, like, the thing I mentioned about how your free missions and your missions are from different kind of quest counters, so like different locations and different quest counters within like different planets and whatnot. That also applies to like mid-mission stuff, that because of the fact that I progressed past Raphon Meadow, I'm now between the Raphon Meadow area and where the relic site begins. So because of that, I'm technically like out of any sort of trials or missions or anything like that. and I'm just kind of in between sort of another quest counter, kind of. Progressing further would be another mission, put simply. Let's just sell this. So there's kind of a flow chart for how you would progress through different areas and what missions are there. And yeah, there will be stores in the middle of that. There's PP restoration, health restoration for free. Once again, because this is offline, we get save points. But we're now on the relic site. This is kind of an aesthetic that is a little more familiar. And a song that is very faux Final Fantasy XII. I'm gonna stick with the sword for now. Having PP for it to be able to use Tornado Break means I can level Tornado Break. Good that we, the viewer, could read his thoughts. I heard that. There we go. Yeah, I just noticed everybody's gained some levels. So yeah, I think it does just scale to like whatever your current mission is and like story progress. And that characters can gain levels mid-mission is just kind of a thing. And hey, new enemies. It's gonna take a while to level Tornado Break up enough to get a second hit with this. At least they're giving good Meseta. Trying to do multiple things at once. Hey, Golmoros. These things are light element. So actually a reason to have dark element stuff. Once again, as one of those little things that's like, while the game itself didn't get everything right, there's a lot of little things that it was doing that definitely were improvements, and the focus on the element stuff actually is one. That we can outright just see what element an enemy is, and some enemies can even come in multiple flavors. So just being able to see an enemy and go, oh yeah, that's fire element, so I should be using my ice element stuff on it. Or, hey, that's light element, I should be using my dark element things on it. That's actually nice. Even, like, for being able to tell when to use, like, when to switch out different armors and whatnot. Yeah, photon art's not the most well thought out thing already, just because of how you only get one, you link one per weapon, and it's kind of very clearly just your better attack option, and it just costs resources. Not the most well thought out, but there's still a fun idea right now. The whole leveling system for them is also kind of weak right now. Oh, these things are especially weak to techniques, huh? Ethan's gonna just shout like that every time, isn't he? Oh, and yeah, Zonda is just a lightning shot. It's not it doesn't function like Zonda did in previous games. I believe Foy's the same way. It's level 1 of each is just kind of a basic projectile. Okay, I'll use one. I can't use two, so I guess I'm leaving that one there. Again, let's just check our photon arts. Yeah, Tornado Break is taking a while, huh? Barda is taking especially a long time. Yeah. Basically, I have to choose between what I think I should spend my PP on and what, like, I think deserves to be leveled. Took a bit. Unfortunately, weapon switching isn't as fast as it was. Oh, Polavora. But weapon switching is not anywhere near as fast as it was in online. Well, let's level up Dustagas. It's fast enough that I can just keep spamming it, too. Gotta find another key. So one of the interesting things, by the way, about playing Universe, after never having really gotten into Universe till Ambition came out, is seeing all the stuff that, like, was here already, and seeing just how much they carried over into Portable 2. For a PSP game, that game is beefy. That game has a lot of, just an absurd amount of content, honestly. Because to my understanding, it actually kind of has everything Ambition of the Illuminous had. So it's just... And then some. It has more on top of that, too. Really in that state of, it should have just been called a sequel. It should have been called Phantasy Star Universe 2. I think that was Karen that leveled? Oh hey, I saw that bee. Got a board for a D-mate. Die-mate. So, that'll be a thing once we get to synthesizing. We'll be able to make a die-mate. You already can kind of tell, by the way, that one of the biggest differences between this and online in terms of combat is how little I care about getting hit. How much more willing I am to trade hits with things. Manually evading things isn't as big of a deal in this, at least currently. But I do kind of recall it, that being one of the biggest problems, even getting into endgame stuff, was just how much healing you have, and how much health you have, and how little damage things do. That online tried to keep things very threatening. Like, this is, for the online comparison, things are basically doing, like, a difficulty below our level, like our current, like, standing in terms of damage. Difficulty or 2. Well, I guess more enemies can spawn in than they could in base online, maybe? Yeah, this game is generally very forgiving to a fault. Which, once again, that's a thing that they improve upon later on as things go upon. Like, every single issue that I've noticed that I've noted and will note with this game is something that gets improved upon. That is one of the biggest things about Universe, is that every issue that the game has in terms of gameplay, they do improve upon it, and they do make it a much better game all around in every way they can. Just as the releases go on. So, yeah. Like, it is unfortunate how things kind of got worse, like, right out of the gate. Like, for how much online got it in one, and then how much Universe screwed everything up. Just, not inherently, just through bad implementation of its ideas. But the fact that they then proceeded to fix everything, that's what I find impressive about the girl system games. And then, yeah, I'll keep saying it, but Portable 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. So they brought the series to a very good point. Man, why does Ethan have to have a portrait? Why does he have to be staring at me this entire time? I will say this about Ethan as a character, having thought about it a bit, like while I was on the way to the bus today. his depiction between the first chapter when he first hates Guardians and then after he becomes a Guardian, kind of weird. Like, feels weirdly different between the two of them. That before he becomes a Guardian, he's very much depicted as like cool and rough and you know, don't really want to say edgy, but like cool, rough, and edgy. He's a rad dude. He's street smart. And then as soon as he becomes a Guardian, he's extremely needs everything explained to him. Extremely just a bumpkin. Doesn't get scams like city scams. Like, what's with all this city slicker stuff kind of thing? Like, as it's a weird kind of change for his character that he's suddenly like no longer really street smart, where that initial hoverboard thing felt like it was trying to establish that, oh, this is a back alley that like he knows about because he's been here a while and he's been in the colony for so long, and he's very street smart, knows his way around all over the place and whatnot. Knows a ton of people, like, because you keep talking to NPCs and they all recognize him and they all know who he is. But then, yeah, like, one of the first, like, some of the first stuff in, like, Chapter 2 after he becomes a Guardian is him, like, repeatedly needing to have a scam artist, like, scared away from him on the colony itself. And he's just suddenly, like, unaware of anything going on. Needs everything explained to him. He just becomes incredibly gormless as soon as you reach Chapter 2. When in Chapter 1, there's kind of a hint of maybe this character has something going on, even if it's still kind of generic. But then, yeah, still kind of generic, still kind of like doesn't really feel that interesting, but then you hit Chapter 2 and he's just incredibly gormless. Barely exists. And those things dropped a lot of Meseta, huh? So that is actually another thing going forward, is Meseta is going to be a much bigger deal in this game than it was in online. Online, Meseta eventually stops kind of mattering. It matters for refilling your reusable items, your consumables, but then it kind of stops. You have such easy access to it, and like to the point to where it doesn't really matter even with other players.
What kind of a place
I'll continue
is
in a moment.
this? Wow. Look at these statues.
They're Stateria.
Stateria?
I don't know all the details, but these were guardians of the relic sites.
Come on. Are you saying that these things could actually move around and fight?
Exactly. Why do you assume that ancient civilizations used primitive technology?
I don't know. 'Cause they're old?
If you study the relics, you'll learn that the ancients were far more advanced than we are. The only problem is, after all this time, we still don't have any idea how such an advanced civilization was destroyed.
Doctor!
Help me!
Ethan, look out!
Okay, it was just a single Badira. Dust Dog S level 3. God, leveling Photon Arts is going to be so much nicer once I decide to just go all in on one and equip nothing but like 5 swords. Gonna reload my sword. Watch out. Reloading. Of course, once I also start to get like items that just themselves fully restore my PP, but you don't know how hard I'm holding it in and just treating the term PP completely straight-faced serious. Like, I understand what it sounds like, but I will continue to treat it just as a perfectly serious, normal video game term. This is wide open. Used to move, you say?
Oh, I don't believe it. It's moving.
Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Asphaltus. Level 20, it's a leader. Okay. Does inflict defense down on us. That B's the lure, I think. Hey, level 15 Rising Strike. Hey, Hugh is dead. This is actually a fight that's kind of... well, it's kicking the ass of my my teammates, but... oh god, Dr. Dorson, you're about to die, aren't you? No, I don't want to add it to my... no. Okay, good. It was only Karen that died. She'll be back. I'm probably not going to get ranked on her dying. Yeah. Pretty much every boss that we fight is going to be multi-target. Whoop. There we go. I could have gone faster.
How is this possible? How is this possible? Oh.
They just replayed that sound twice.
Doctor, what's the matter?
Orb.
I've made a terrible mistake.
What are you talking about?
Here, take a look at this.
What is this?
It's an A-photon reactor.
A photon reactor?
Yes. It draws photons from the air and transforms it into A-photon energy.
Aren't A-photons supposed to be this great new energy source? How'd that get here?
Don't you see? It was here all along, but there's a bigger problem. This proves the relics were powered by A-photon energy.
No. Really?
Doctor, earlier, you said you were an archaeologist. But how is it that you recognize this device?
Because it is my job. My real job. I'm sorry for hiding this from you earlier. But believe me, it was necessary. My real name is Warren Darren, an A-photon scientist. 20 years ago, a sphere, identical to this one, was brought before me. That's when I succeeded in producing the first A-photon. I was so convinced that this new energy was the way of the future. But look at this device. A-photons aren't the way of the future, but of the past. It had already been discovered centuries ago. Do you understand what this means? The ancient civilization that first developed A-photons perished. And now, I have damned our own civilization to the same fate.
Ethan, get the doctor out of here. You and I will try to hold these things off.
Got it.
You know, I'm not exactly certain I made the connection between the ancient civilization had A-photon energy. This means A-photon energy doomed them, and it'll doom us. I feel like there's a couple more dots that I need to see to connect here. This ancient civilization, they had electricity. We have electricity. We're doomed. Like, Doc, I need some more info here for why this is. Why does this mean we're doomed? How did the A-photons destroy them? Also, still calling you Dr. Dorson here. You keep smacking me, I'm gonna keep getting up. Me smacking Dr. Dorson, I'm not sure he can keep getting up, though. I'm sure he'll dock my pay. You know, you could help. Could fight back. You could get out of the way. Having to kind of claw my controller right now to be able to use the D-pad and move around and menu at the same time and whatnot. I think I've said it before, but later games in the series kind of figured out how to handle the menuing better, even if the menus look the same. There we go. Masetta. I was hoping for something better. I could have just ignored it. All time to encounter 0 problems on our way back. We're obviously out of the fire. Well, we're out of the frying pan, and there's no way we've just jumped into the fire. There's no way we have to hopscotch across this.
Oh boy. Good. It feels stable enough. Shall we go, Doc? Hey.
Well, looks like I have no choice.
You got it, Doc. Keep going. Doc!
The reactor!
Forget the reactor!
You probably could have handled that better, Ethan. We're trying to escape with our lives, and you're just like, yeah, this looks fun. Said it earlier, but like, start of the game, Ethan kind of comes off as like street smart and whatnot. Now he kind of comes off as like, he might forget to breathe sometimes.
I've been looking for you, Dr. Darren.
Magashi!
Now, shall we return home?
I'll never go back with you! I refuse to be your slave anymore! I'm going to reveal the evil truth and expose you! You're finished!
I will not ask again. We are returning home now, Doctor.
I said never!
Back off. The Doctor's under the Guardian's protection.
How well would you pitiful Guardians fare against us? Goodbye, Doctor.
Huh? Doctor! Doctor! Doctor, what's wrong? Doctor! You! What did you do?
There are nanomachines running through his veins. I merely activated their self-destruct sequence.
I was gonna joke it was Foxdie, but it was Foxdie.
You must stop them! Otherwise, they will destroy the world!
Doctor! Doctor! Doctor!
Ethan.
The Doctor. He's been murdered.
Doctor?
Now, if you will be so kind as to hand over his body.
I am Karinera, a Guardian. The Doctor was under our protection. Who are you and what are you doing here?
I am Renvold Magashi of the Endrum Collective. The rest, I'm afraid, is classified.
What are Endrum agents doing here, out of jurisdiction?
You ask too many questions. The doctor's already paid for his folly. If you value your life, forget this ever happened.
So, should I take that as a threat?
No, a promise. Don't make any rash decisions. These relics are now under the control of the Endrum Collective. Leave this place at once.
No!
I do not wish to cause any further problems. I will tell headquarters that you helped us in our search today. That should be sufficient.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
Karen!
Now take your team and leave here at once.
Why, Karen?
Because otherwise they would have killed us.
What do you mean? Aren't we all on the same side?
The Endrum Collective isn't just another organization. They have the authority to keep the public peace. And I need to keep us all alive to fight.
Just because he's a cast. Is that supposed to?
All right, that's enough, Ethan.
We're still no better off. We don't know what they're planning to do next. Now that the doctor's dead, we might never know the entire truth.
Mention that to your party? I feel like they should know. That was chapter 3. Dr. Dorson? I will miss you, friend. This is so emotional. But it's just the normal chapter ending. I genuinely I wanted to make a Fox Die joke. As he was like hit with those waves and was like clearly having a heart attack and was like, oh, nanomachines. Made themselves strong. Oh, it is Fox Die. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So hey, you know how the Guardians are the hunters and the military is like at odds with the hunters and are very clearly, like, to use the PSO terms, how the military is clearly at odds with the hunters and they're obviously, you know, not the good guys, and the hunters are kind of a bit ambiguous, but generally the good guys.
Ethan and his companions are assigned to protect a train in Perun, and are newly joined by training headmaster Lucane Nave. A dark shadow draws up over the train as it races across the fields. Will Ethan and his companions be able to carry out their duty? Next time on Phantasy Star Universe, Rogues.
Yeah, as I was saying, with how the military is, you know, kind of antagonistic, but not entirely so. But they are at odds with the Guardians or the Hunters in PSO. But then you have the Works, which are, you know, the group of the military that is, especially the villains behind the scenes of everything, basically. Endrum Collective. Guessing their Works. They fill that role in the story. Ready?
In a faraway galaxy lies a sun orbited by 3
almost
planets. The Garal system.
Almost time. Save this world.
A place inhabited by humans and their creations, castes, Numens, and beasts, For 500 years, there was war among the races, a seemingly never-ending conflict. Then finally, an era of peace and prosperity that has lasted 100 years. But now a darkness has awoken and threatens the universe.
I wonder if this will ever change. Yeah, time to save this world.
Ethan, are you all right? You do not seem yourself.
It's nothing. Just thinking about something's all.
It sounds as though we have a guest.
Huh? What's happening?
Ethan, what is that thing?
Oh, hey, Lumia. This is Pete.
Ethan, who is this girl?
My little sister Lumia.
My apologies, Miss Lumia. I did not mean to alarm you. It's all right. You're actually kind of cute. Did I scare you, Pete?
So, what are you doing here anyway?
I can't believe you! You forgot? You promised that you'd go shopping with me today!
Ah, I guess I did.
Now hurry up and go get changed. You can't go out dressed like that.
Huh?
Hold on, I gotta check my email. So I have evacuation from the linear line platform, the place that we went to right at the start of the game, and burning planes and the mad beasts from the Holtest City flyer base. Gonna be a bit before we get there because there's cutscene in the way. I guess now Ethan can finally care about fashion. What is your name? Guess I'll never know. Did I ever learn your name? No. All I want to know is their names. Every NPC's name is like finding a new treasure. Mephon Lead. Your son, John. Part of me wonders if the reason why their name isn't displaying is because I advanced, like, their dialogue state. Oh, maybe not. Wait, no, yeah. But, like, part of me wonders if there's, like, some sort of, like, part of the dialogue system that you have to see their name first for it to ever be displayed. And if they advance their dialogue past a point to where they'll tell you your name, you'll never know it. Umil Goats. Or Goddess. Visual Goddess. Andy Fox. The conversations are so nothing. I'm not interested in that. I just want to know their names. Well, according to a doctor who died via nanomachines, apparently they'll destroy everything, so... They were used in an ancient civilization that died, so they'll kill our civilization too. Admittedly, he's probably been working on this for like a long time, so there's a lot that he probably knows that we don't. Armor shop? Hang on. Can Ethan care about fashion now? Like, I legitimately don't know if it's even possible to ever change Ethan's costume. Wait, where is the armor shop? That's synthesis. Then right next to it is the clothing, and then right next to it looks like... Okay, yeah, that's room parts. Room decoration. Wait, no, this is room decoration. This is synthesis. This is weapons, items. Okay, here's armor. I mean, she's very clearly not wearing line armor. I'm guessing this really is just to maybe familiarize you with all the different stores. If you didn't do that by yourself. Ooh, guns! So pretty. Okay, and this is meant to be the introduction to the synthesis system. By the way, it feels mean, but every time I see the mocap at work and animations in this game, I can't help but think of Sonic 06 and just be like, yeah, the exact same team did the mocap for both of these. Like, as in, like, for how they interpreted the mocap data and whatnot, and how they had the acting be done. It's like a more overdone version of Toku acting. Ethan, I don't think I'm old enough to really deal with your emotional trouble having witnessed the death of somebody. So here you go, make some stuff. Just watch out for the ghosts. They seem to be extra active today. Just walking through people. Well, there goes one through you. So there we go. One of the kind of core mechanics for how, like, a lot of the game's sort of flow works. In order to synthesize items, it's necessary to first insert the board into your partner machine. There are various different kinds of boards. Depending on the board type, a variety of weapons, armor, and items can be synthesized. Synthesis boards can be purchased at the synthesis shop in every city. Select a synthesis board and an item from that board will be synthesized. Required number and type of materials will be displayed. Before synthesis can begin, place the necessary items into the storage system. However, boards have success rates, so synthesis failure is also a possibility. You can upgrade your partner machine by giving it items to help develop its item synthesis abilities. As its abilities are developed, the success rate for synthesis of certain item types will increase. Depending on the items given, the type of item specialty will change. The shape of your partner machine will also change based on the items given. Oh yeah, I can make a Trimate as well. So yeah, this is kind of a core mechanic, especially for like online stuff. So first of all, we can just kind of give items just to level our partner machine. The partner machines are sort of your mag. Sort of. Oh, that was a sound. Sort of. You don't actually upgrade, like, your own stats through it, but you upgrade its ability to create things. So let's insert a board. Let's insert a Dimate and Trimate board. Synthesize. Okay, we're gonna have to put... So to even make things, we have to put items into storage. Wait. Storage. So basically, we're gonna wanna store absolutely every bit of... We're gonna want to store every single synthesis item we get, pretty much. The only reason to hold on to them is just to feed them. I don't have enough to make the Dimate, but I do have enough to make a Trimate. So, success rate is 100% for this board. We'll always make a Trimate, and production capacity is 20 out of 20. Production capacity is how many times we can make something using that board. And I believe a failure still uses that production capacity. Okay, so there's a bunch of, like, tips here. This kind of ties into a little bit of a problem with the synthesis system. So, as you may guess, this is also the way that we're going to be able to get items and weapons and be able to make certain high-level gear. Which means that for making gear, we don't just get the rare weapon itself. In a bunch of cases, we get the board for the weapon, we get the materials, and then we try to make it. Oops, we failed. Gotta get another board to make it. So yeah, that's kind of where one of the issues with the core loop of this comes in. It's a lot more complex than just getting rares. And it's a lot more repetitive, because you have to get boards, and then you could fail on making the item, and you'd have to get another board. Yeah. Synthesis boards must be inserted into your partner machine to be used. Select Insert Board to select a board from your inventory. Once inserted, you can synthesize as many items as the board's limits will allow. When the set number of uses has been reached, the board will disappear. You can view the number of remaining uses once you have inserted the board. The board slots are labeled with the type and number of materials required. The numbers, such as 1 out of 2, on the right show the number of materials in your storage on the left and the number of materials required to complete the synthesis on the right. Some weapon and armor boards will have slots labeled with question marks. When you select the question mark slot, you will see a list of items you have in storage that can potentially be used to fill the slot. The item you choose will affect the success rate as well as the elemental attribute of the final product. There's also a chance of getting a completely different final product. Consumable items, such as healing items, can be synthesized in batches. If you have the necessary materials in storage, you can simply select the number of items you want to synthesize. You cannot, however, synthesize more than the board's limit. When you find materials, put them in your storage so you can use them for synthesis. Materials must be placed in storage, not your inventory, to be used. And then, yeah, the types of materials. Photon. A type of material that determines the elemental attribute of striking weapons and armor. Ranged weapons and technique weapons also require specific photons for synthesis. Metal. A type of material used to synthesize weapons. The metal required varies depending on the type of weapon and the star rating. Ore. A type of material used to synthesize weapons and armor. The ore required varies depending on the item's star rating. Wood. Used to synthesize weapons. The wood required varies depending on the item's star rating and the manufacturer. Hard material. Often used to synthesize armor. Particle cluster varies depending on the armor's star rating and manufacturer. Chemical. Often used to synthesize health recovery items, food, and other consumables. Food. Often used to synthesize health recovery items, food, and other consumables. Use food to make food. Chips. A type of material needed to synthesize grinders, which are in turn used to upgrade weapons. Gemstones. A type of material used to synthesize high-grade weapons. There are boards that can be used to synthesize these high elementals. Biomaterial. A type of material that is used to synthesize special, unusual items, such as a part of a creature's body or a mysterious substance. So yeah, that's another part of it, is that we'll be synthesizing things to then get the materials that we need to synthesize things. Giving items. When you give items to your partner machine, its parameters change depending on the item given. These parameters affect its synthesis abilities and can change its success rates as well as the type of item it's best at synthesizing. Yeah, we're probably not going to care too much about Pete, because, once again, difficulty of the single-player story mode isn't really going to get that high. So far, I get the impression that we're basically going to be playing on, like, effectively a normal run all the way through. It is also worth mentioning synthesis. I think maybe online only. So I didn't see any mention of it there, but I remember for weapons synthesis, how good you were at synthesizing a specific thing and stuff like that also determined how long it took to make a thing. I don't know if that's an offline thing though. I know it was a thing with online in Ambition of the Illuminus. I think I remember that they had to tone that down quite a bit.
Welcome.
So you would also, alongside potentially failing at making a thing, you would also potentially have to wait a while to find out that you failed.
Thank you very much. Welcome. What can I get?
So yeah, a good Abrana, a 3-star knuckle. Ryo Stizashi, 3-star twin daggers. Twin brand is a 2-star twin blade. Gigash is a 2-star longsword. Huh. Let's get the Stella line. Might as well get the Monomate. We can upgrade ore with these boards. Upgrade metal with these. Might as well get all of these and just insert them. Yeah, might as well. I guess I'll get the purple line as well. That's another Daimate board.
Thank you very much. Welcome. What can I get for you?
Okay, so... Oh god, these materials cost a lot. Let's hope I have enough to make any weapon right now. So I do want to see if in the single-player Ethan stuff, if making things has a time limit on it. So I could see that being something that was added just for online play. Because like I said, I do remember there being like time limits on how long things took to make. We're gonna find out what the cap is. We didn't hit it. Maybe there isn't one. So yeah, for weapons, you can see here, 91% success rate, 1 out of 1 production capacity. So if we do by any chance fail, we have to get another board. And we lose all the materials that went in. Let's make a Gigash. There's no attribute for these 3. It does take 3, but let's use the M-photons. Normal photons doesn't change anything. Yeah, it's going to be 91% success rate no matter what. Oh. Well, did it finish? I didn't make a Gigash, I made a sword. And yeah, let's... Yeah, now I need Harnium if I want to make something, or new wood, or Mottwood and Harnium. So yeah. We didn't get the Gigash like we were trying to. We just got another sword with the same stats. We mass-produced a mass production item. I might as well... Wonder if that was from the 9% chance of failure, or if that was because I didn't use good enough materials. Let's buy a couple of L-photons and some M-photons. Let's buy... I don't think that's enough Harnium, but hey, let's sell that sword we just made. Return is nothing. But hey, we have Scape Dolls to sell. And Moon Atomizer X's. I'll keep one as a just in case.
What can I get for you?
Once again, this feels kind of weird doing this stuff for the offline mode, where we're not even going to be getting to the super high difficulty stuff.
Thank you very much.
Let's try and make a Gigash again. Wait, was that a Gigash that I grabbed? Still trying to use the right analog stick for this. Yeah. I want to make a better sword. That's entirely what I'm doing this for, because it would be an upgrade for me. I probably could just buy it for cheaper, though, at this point. Which is kind of the issue with early synthesis stuff. Up until you start getting into, synthesis stuff where it's, stuff that you can't really buy in stores, or, you need to make sure you have a specific element, then, yeah, it's not really that great. Alright, I have to deposit everything. I forget if Ambition changed it so you could just use items in your inventory as well. No change in our success rate. Still just gonna be a 91. Oh. accidentally canceled that, which canceled me putting in everything. It doesn't say how long this is gonna take. It just like, the success rate is 91%. I feel good about this. Try making a twin brand. Infotons, once line, Harnium, and Parwood. Begin synthesizing. Twin Saber and Sword, but there's nothing that says that. View status. Maybe because it's at such a low production level? Okay, striking. I can upgrade striking pretty quickly with Trimates at the very least. I hope that there isn't, a limit based on time for this. Striking technique go up. Range goes down with soul atomizers though, but... How much does a monomate make it go? Only 2. Having to do this one at a time. Yeah, I guess this would be the reason to keep synthesis items in your inventory. Just to use them as food. Yeah, I'll feed this. Striking technique up 6. Hey. I'm confident I'm not gonna die. So at the very least, one nice thing is the fact that we can just give basically anything. If it's a weapon we're not using, we can just feed that. Compared to how you could only use specific consumable items to feed your mag in PSO. But still, this isn't really for upgrading your own character, this is for upgrading your synthesis stuff. Which, like, doesn't feel as needed. It's needed in a different way, because it's how you get a lot of late-game gear, but still. Also, if I remember correctly, in a lot of cases, it's... even if an item can drop from a boss, you'd prefer to have the synthesis board, because then you can make sure it's a specific element that you need. And you can make sure of specific aspects of it, where, like, the dropped version isn't as good as, like, a made version. Here, just have this dagger. Here, eat these monomates. I'm honest, I still got more than I need. I gotta pick up a bunch. I had to not pick up a bunch last mission, so you know what? Having a nice relaxing time feeding monomates to my and soul atomizers to my pet robot. Yeah. These are still listed as just Twin Saber and Sword. But once again, there's no time on this. I would imagine if there was a, like, success rate takeout item. Yeah, it's just finished. Let's see, let's turn Wenceline into Napoleon. Yeah. Lane. Turn that Parwood into some Par Ash. So yeah, it seems like it's, because it's single player, it's skipping the time it would take. Let's give you the sword we made. And the Twin Saber. Oh, I should have kept the swords. That way I could just use them as if I was reloading. Just switch between them. Yeah. That's kind of a look at Synthesis. Probably not going to make use of it much as we play as Ethan. Probably not going to make use of it much as we play the Ambition of the Illuminus stuff, because we're just focusing mainly on story, so... And that's more so for, like, endgame, like, progression. At least from what I remember, like, it gets to be more of an endgame progression thing. Anyways, I actually have no idea what to do now, so let's go to the Guardians, like, headquarters and see if we're told what to do next. I spent a lot of time on Synthesis, huh? Oh, hey. Good to know. Challenge Magashi the instant I see him. Got it. So yeah, just still so far away from leveling a hunter. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the Entrum Collector basically works in terms of the context of, like, from PSO, like, how the hunters in PSO are, like, effectively the Guardians in PSU. Then you have the Alliance military, which is just the government military. And then you have the Entrum Collective, which are the, you know, shady part of the military that just do whatever they want and are clearly the villains. Which they're, yeah, Works and the Entrum Collective, basically equivalent. Yeah, I'm probably supposed to go to Perum. I remember that being part of the preview for this chapter, but I do have some free missions to do, and generally they seem pretty quick. Hopefully. I might as well just do them just for fun. Or maybe this will be part of progression and I need to do a certain amount of free missions before I could get the actual mission. But yeah, linear line platform evacuation. Due to a sudden seed attack, there are people trapped in one section of the linear line. Seed forms are blocking their escape route. So basically, it's the opening linear line area that we did in the tutorial section. So might as well form a party. Oh hey, yeah, they've leveled in the meantime because of story progression. It does actually kind of make me wonder if the levels they gain when they're with you stick once they leave your party. Or if it is just a thing of, like, as the game is progressing, it says give 2 levels to, and then, like, and that's all it is. We gotta open 3 doors for this trial. Presumably, we're gonna be ranked on how many enemies we kill as well. Hey, level 5 tornado break. Getting closer to having a second swing for this. And if I remember correctly, the introduction of partner cards last time was like, where did you go? You were right behind me. What? But yeah, the introduction of the partner card stuff, I think, mentioned that if you team up with them enough, they'll eventually just start giving you items based on that. So there's like an invisible progression for them. So even if I'm the sort of person who likes to try and solo stuff, just for the challenge of it, it's still worth it for me to grind this stuff out and make sure I always have party members with me, just to see what they give me. If I remember correctly, I think that the partner card stuff, like for NPC partners, so the partner card stuff is for online purposes. It is how you, well, it's the friend system. You would get your friends' partner cards, and that's how you communicate with them, and you request, hey, join my party, and that'd be it. But I believe NPC partner cards still existed for the online portion of the game. As in, you could still recruit NPCs to join your party if you needed to. I think. I seem to recall that being a thing. I mean, it's not much of a thing now because servers are, the only server that exists is a private server, but... And now out of PP. I guess I'll just hold on to the sword for a bit just to let it PP regenerate. Where are they going? What is with these NPCs? What is with their AI? Why are they so easily distracted? Come on. Oh, there you are. Oh, no. I haven't had a chance to refill this, huh? I will fully admit, so as I've mentioned it a bunch of times, but Portable 2 is kind of the big one that I played the most of. I actually didn't use NPC partners that much in that. So, admittedly, you know what? The NPCs probably were improved in that, because Portable 2 improved everything going forward, so... But they admittedly could have been just as bad in that as well. Oh hey, a photon charge. Finally. From what I remember, PSP1 was largely just like kind of a lightly pared down port of Ambition of the Illuminous stuff. Like pared down in the sense that it lacked a lot of like the more online focused mechanics. And to some degree you could say it was better for it. But it was largely just Ambition of the Illuminous, but local multiplayer only. It had its own unique story, so, well, I'm gonna have to play it, though. On my way, eventually, just through this entire franchise. Yeah, for me playing, for me playing PSP1, yeah, I never did that either, just because by the time I got my PSP, it was explicitly for Portable 2, because that was just about to release. So... the way that the online story for, like, the episode 2 story, as it were, from what I can tell, the only real way I can do that, like, do some of the Ambition of the Illuminous, like, online story, is through the PS2 version of Ambition of the Illuminous. Because that, at the very least, packed a bunch of that into the, like, to the offline disc. It's the only way I can really do that, because, yeah, most of that stuff was just stored server-side, from what I can recall. So, it's stuff that, for the private server Clementine, they would have to recreate by hand. At least that's as far as I understand it. It's just one of those things where the game having a PS2 version means I kinda lucked out on that. It is unfortunate, though, that, like, there still is a bunch of, like, online story that... Wait, do not want to... There we go. Do that on the sword. There's still a bunch of online story that, like, is kinda lost to time, though. So I don't even know if all of it was finished before the American server shut down. I know that the Japanese servers lasted way, way longer, and that... I seem to recall the American server shutting down before they even finished all of the online story that they had done. Which was a shame, because I remember it actually getting kind of interesting, and them doing some neater stuff with the, like, post-Ambition of the Illuminous story. But it's mainly just a shame because, you know, lost media and whatnot. The only real hope for that would be if, like... I do remember around that time people were starting to... like, do YouTube recordings of all of the content in it. Partially to show off, like, hey, this is what's in the Japanese version and not in the American one. So maybe, like, there's video footage of all of that out there that people could then translate and try and recreate by hand. Or maybe that data exists somewhere and is possibly accessible. But yeah. That's especially hard to say. Time to head to Parum, because... yeah, that was a free mission. I missed a couple enemies, but... suddenly being in 60 frames per second for that screen is so strange. I will say, with trying to get the PC port working, I was actually not just surprised at the weird chunkiness in comparison to running this through an emulator, but I was actually surprised at the fact that it wasn't 60 frames per second either. Like, maybe the 360 version was 60 frames per second, or, like, at the very least a consistent 30? Why am I heading to the store? I'm trying to figure out about story progression now. Yeah, I will say, as a small note about me playing through all of the Phantasy Star franchise, the biggest reason for it ultimately is so I can eventually get to Portable 2 Infinity. I want to have an excuse personally to dedicate a lot of time to playing through all of that. Because once they released the fan translation, I never really touched it, but always just kind of left it like on my hard drive, intending to get to it. Ah, meme references. Ancient meme references, really, at this point. Who came that?
Huh, doesn't look like anyone's here.
Well, this is where we're supposed to meet. Ah!
What's the matter?
Someone just pinched me.
What?
Slow reflexes. Slow reflexes.
Slow reflexes? What's wrong with you, you pervert?
And don't think we're going to let you off because you're an old geezer.
Well, aren't you a lively bunch?
Come on, let's turn him into the cops.
Ethan, it's all right.
We're not letting this old perv get away.
This is Headmaster Knave.
Huh? This old fart is the headmaster?
He is.
Who are you calling an old fart? Ah, Karen. You've lost some of your edge. You should have caught me. I'm very disappointed.
Yes, sir. I'll be more careful.
I never thought I'd have to see Karen suck it up.
Oh man, I shouldn't have called him a perv.
Now you two.
Yes, sir.
I will be accompanying you to observe your progress. So be sure not to do anything that would embarrass the Guardians, understood?
Yes, sir.
You must be Ethan Weber.
Yes, sir.
I see you're just as hot-headed and precocious as your father was.
You knew who my father was then.
Oh, yes. He was a well-respected guardian. I expect, young man, you'll make your father very proud.
Thank you, sir.
Headmaster, we should be on our way.
Yes, we should. So let's go.
see. Most anime things, they'll give you one pervert character. Phantasy Star Universe doesn't stop just there. Well, I guess... Okay, so Hyuga sort of counts as the pervert, the party pervert, and then you get Nav, or Knave. I'll admit, from my memories of, like, the story characters from this, I don't really recall liking a lot of them. But that's a long time ago, and... yeah. Will say, I do remember Hyuga getting more interesting, at the very least. That I didn't like him when I first, like, was going through, like, the story, like, the episode 2 story, even. But that I remember his character actually getting kinda interesting. Just add him to our party. And wait, it was the linear line that we take. Actually, I might as well just quickly run around, see if I can find any NPCs that'll tell me their names. The actual biggest benefit of running this in an emulator. So I already knew about Spiel fonts. Already know about Yokas Melton. Know your name already? Yeah, Nikaris Gade. Nothing. I feel like if a character hasn't already told me their name, they're probably never gonna. Alright. Rio Medoc. We somehow knew that one girl was his granddaughter, I believe. Don't know her name, though. It's probably something great. Now time to get story progression back underway. The Millate 04. Mission requires Karen Hugan Knave Guard the aphoton reactors found in the Rathon relics while they're being transported aboard the Millate 4. Before I do that, about time that my cat gets his insulin. So just take a quick second. And there. I want to pronounce it Millate, but it might be Mylate. Hopefully they'll say it, and I'll be confused at how they pronounce it too.
Where is everyone?
This train is completely automated, all run by computer navigation. Train master, any problems?
No. No system malfunctions detected.
Good, good.
The train, it talks.
Ethan, do you copy?
Karen, everything seems to be normal right now. I'm in train car 1.
Roger, Ethan. Then I'll head to...
Karen? Karen, you're breaking up.
What's wrong?
The connection got cut off. Oh, what was that?
An external entity has accessed the locomotive system.
What?
Intrusion countermeasures have been activated, but intrusion levels have already breached 30%.
Oh, great! It's being hacked!
Hacked?
It's a Dillagreen!
A Dilla what?
It's a mobile hacking terminal. It's trying to take over the train. Very well done, Mr. Weber.
Thanks.
Infiltration level is rising. Multiple Dillagrina detected throughout the system.
It's only a matter of time before this train is hacked.
What should we do?
The train has its own defensive programs, but the Dillagrina are too quick. We need to beat them to the punch.
Ethan, what's happening?
Karen, someone's trying to hack into the train.
What?
Karen, I'm going to link with the train's computer and try to override the hacking myself. I need your team to fight off the Dillagrina.
Roger, Headmaster. We'll do...
Headmaster!
What are you standing there for? I told you to go!
Yes, sir!
Seemed painful. So yeah, now that we're actually in combat with one, pretty obvious that it's a reskinned Seed Vance. Which does mean that little independent, like, tentacle thing is going to be the actual most dangerous attack that it has. Yeah, it just doesn't knock us down, just keeps doing damage. That's a surprisingly big range to it, too. Oh. Oh. There we go. Yeah, with Rising Strike as upgraded as it is, and Fire Element brand, well, Ice Element brand here, I can take them out actually pretty quickly. Basically stun locking them too. Oh, I could have done it faster somehow. Well, I guess, yeah, of course I could have. If I didn't want to try and just level Tornado Break, yeah, that would have gone way faster.
Ethan!
You guys okay?
Yes, we eliminated all the Dillagrina.
Good. That should buy us some time. What was that?
There's not an opportunity to restore PP for everything. Oh, there we go. Guess I'll just sit on the sword for a bit.
That's a rogue ship. They're pirates.
Pirates?
Back off, losers. From now on, everything aboard this train belongs to us.
Who the heck are you?
You're kidding, right? You really don't have any idea who we are? You should be afraid. We're the most dangerous rogues around. We are the Great Vole Brothers.
Oh, I remember you pickpockets.
You? What are you doing here?
You be very afraid. I'm a guardian now.
That's nothing. We've become very important men, too.
That's right, we're rogues now. We answer to no one but Tyler.
Rogues, pickpockets. What's the difference? You're still punks.
We're gonna kick your...
Bring it on. You'll get another beating.
Oh, you're gonna pay for that.
I'm gonna tear your arms off.
Hey, let's not be too hasty. Now, first things first, we have a mission, remember? Isn't that right?
Huh? Right? Oh, right! Let's bring out the little guys.
Look, the big bad rogues are afraid.
We have more important matters to attend to.
We have someone else for you to play with.
What? Ethan, above you.
Huh? Say hello to my little pets.
Get them, guys! Tear them apart!
Come back and fight!
Be careful.
I can handle them.
I think that our PP was regenerating for the sword for the entire cutscene there. Anyways, this is a trial though, so I should probably care a little about doing it quickly. And oh hey, these things self-destruct when they die. I wonder how weak they are to techniques. Come on. Oh, pretty heavily. I don't really need to destroy these at all, unless I'm going to be graded on it. So actually, maybe I should. I don't know why I was just shooting it. Much more damage to try and cast Barda. I say try because I'm not very successful at aiming it right now. God, it takes so long to cast that they just slowly sidestep out of the way. There we go. Oh, that was close enough, huh? I actually will say, I seem to recall some of the story missions and whatnot. That there were some missions that would have, like, as a goal, how many boxes you opened. I doubt it's going to be this one, because I remember those being, like, more, like... The boxes would be more explicitly hidden in those. And it was more just like a test of like how well you scoured the map quickly. There we go. That should be an S rank.
I have nothing left to teach you.
Got an hourglass from that. And 70 mission points. There, that's the big reward from getting an S rank.
Look at the tired old man. He thinks he's standing guard. Hey, you old geezer, come on now. You better get out of our way, you're gonna get hurt.
Smells like someone forgot to take a bath.
Hey, we said move it!
Didn't anyone teach you to be nice to your elders?
He's not an old man, he's a freak.
I'll take care of him. This is your last chance to move, old man, or I'll move you myself.
Is that so?
Come on. Come on, nothing. You're mine, old man. You're just an old man.
You should never judge a man by his appearance, boy.
How did you... Headmaster, you did all this?
It was easy. I didn't even break a sweat.
Ah, Headmaster, you're fit as ever.
Thank you, and I'm only 178 years young.
An anchor has been attached to the caboose.
Looks like they're trying to board the train again. Karen, stop any rogues that try to pass.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Weber, Mr. Wright, follow me to the caboose.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I had to... I had to try and make sure that the big one of the Vol brothers, the Beast, kind of sounds like John St. John doing the voice he did for Big the Cat. Kind of. I can't find any evidence that says it was the same thing. And admittedly, as a voice, like, to try and do, well, kind of one of those ones that's pretty easy to do, and thinking about John St. John doing the Big the Cat voice, it just reminded me of how, like, it's supposed to be like, you know, the stereotypical, like, dumb voice. And that one of the big things about it is that John St. John, like, his biggest known role, of course, you know, being, if you've never heard of him, he's mainly known for, like, Duke Nukem, and he's pretty much in every shooter that released in the 90s, pretty much. But for the fact that he played Big the Cat in Sonic Adventure, the voice that he used for Big the Cat was him intentionally trying to bomb the audition. He picked a voice that he thought that they would never accept, and then they just instantly on the spot hired him. Which, like, admittedly saying that sort of makes me think about when Charles Martinet told the story of him getting the role as Mario, and which is also similarly kind of funny, but that one was like, he was extraordinarily nervous the entire day because he was kind of like the last guy to really do it, to do the audition, and everybody else was going in and, you know, doing the expected kind of Mario Super Show voice, the, you know, more Brooklyn accent. And basically, as Charles Martinet put it, when he finally got in, he was so stressed that he basically put it as his brain broke. And he just suddenly was just rambling in vague Italianisms in the Mario voice that we now know. Just basically, you could practically say he blacked out and was possessed by the spirit of Mario. Yeah, the John St. John one, though, is like kind of an all-time favorite story of mine for, like, yeah, that voice was him trying to bomb the audition. He was explicitly trying to not get hired. And they liked it too much. Oh, running out of ammo. Running into one of the biggest problems with Universe's design. Never having enough meter to do anything. Yeah, and both of these are basically still empty. You got a few. There we go. 2 shots left and they both missed. At the very least, this is not a trial, so I can just focus on trying to level up different photon arts. Let's just see. I haven't picked up anything new. Yeah, the hourglass that I got is just my room item. Which means for the Ethan stuff, it's kind of functionally useless, because it's The My Room stuff is more of a thing for online when you're inviting other players to your room, which more often than not is you're inviting other players to your shop. Because the online system had, like, an economy through, like, player-run shops and whatnot. Put that out of PP. Switch to the Twin Saber. Come on. Stop walking away slowly. This low level, Rising Crush, honestly is kind of worse than just our 3-hit attack string. Oh. Okay, so, still no opportunity to refill everything, but at least healing and the ability to buy some items. Okay, so I can now just outright buy a Gigash. I can pretty much upgrade everything I'm holding. Which I guess that's a form of like refilling everything's PP, so. Wait, did I? Okay, I did equip the twin brands. I guess I have... You know, I kind of realized... Right, I haven't been using the twin handguns. And... Can I like, buy some monomates here? Okay, good. Oh, right. I should equip my things. I should actually make sure that I'm currently selecting the item, like, on my action palette. All my biggest damage stuff is currently out of PP. Everything else that I was able to get a new weapon for was stuff that I was just leveling, unfortunately. I'm gonna guess that this one, it's gonna be judging me both on time and enemies killed. I hope it's not judging me on teammates incapacitated. Of course, I walk in and immediately get hit with paralyze. Oh. Nav getting hit and knocked down almost sounds like the Roblox oof. Yeah. At the very least, these groups of enemies, it is actually good for me to use Tornado Break on them instead of, it's not just a leveling thing in this case. So many boxes. Knowing how games usually like to time things, going over 5 minutes probably is too much for the S rank here. Go. Yeah, that was probably way too long to get an S rank.
Not bad at all. You show real promise.
It was fast enough for an S rank, but I missed 2 enemies. At least I'm Hunter level 2 now, so being in a Hunter role, I do gain more stats for it. So I do well.
We did it.
Oh wait.
Headmaster. Oh, a headmaster? Oh. Whoa. Headmaster, are you all right? Karen, the headmaster just fell over. He's not moving.
It's true then.
What? What's wrong with him?
I heard rumors that the headmaster suffers from ICS.
ICS? What's that?
Instant crash syndrome. It happens to casts near the age of 200. It comes on suddenly, without warning. Just causes their systems to shut down.
But what do we do?
Leave him for now. We've got to move. And there's nothing we can really do for him. Huh?
Karen? Karen!
What? What happened?
Karen must be in danger. Take care of the headmaster.
I will. Be careful.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
There we go. Now we can reload everything. Wait, does that include weapons not currently... Okay, that seems to include weapons just in my inventory, not just everything that's currently in my action palette. So if need be, I can actually switch in another... Well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm not really gonna be using the twin daggers. So I guess I'm just gonna lock in which weapons I'm gonna be using as Ethan already. Unless I just decide to, like, use more later on. And just decide to dedicate my time to upgrading some photon arts. At the very least, I think that, like, the experience that they get might scale based around the enemies, like, level. So it might be easier later on to level up some lower rank stuff. Maybe. Get there eventually. You know, if I'm leveling it, I probably should be using the weaker weapon for this then. Eventually gonna get that second hit. Okay, let's just see. Let's actually just see how much experience it has already towards... About 66% of the way. Hopefully it's at level 10 that it gets its follow-up. Let's just see, just get an idea of how fast. Okay. So this will level it. No, next one will. It's probably 3% per hit on these things. Okay, it's probably gonna be level 12 or 13 then, just like with Rising Strike. Seems like it might be 2% per hit. So that might just be because it just gained a level. I did 2 attacks there. And gained 5%. Well. I'm not going to concern myself with, like, experience rates on that stuff. Might as well just sit on the Giga, that way it can regenerate. Those self-destructs that they end with are actually like some of the most dangerous things we have to deal with right now. In general, the Gomadillas are actually pretty dangerous. They actually have a bunch of attacks that do solid damage to us. Though admittedly, it's infrequent enough, it still isn't really a problem. You know what? Let's buy a second Gigash. And a second Twin Brand. Oh. Oh wait, it was already equipped. There we go. Yeah, so I now can just functionally reload the PP that I have by just switching to a different version of the same weapon. like, as we get more photon arts, it is technically an idea that you could use, that you could equip multiple different photon arts across, like, the same weapon type, if the different photon arts have, like, different use cases that are, like, really notable between them. But for right now, it's just, yeah, being able to use the same photon art, like, way more than one weapon would normally allow. I'm pretty sure that same, like, nose rub swipe thing, that animation probably still exists in Phantasy Star Online too. I'm fairly certain. Okay, so Hiru is fire element. I mean, we don't really have that many choices for other elements, but all three of them are the element that they would be. The element that they're color coordinated for. This is actually doing okay damage, huh? Oh. Okay. Okay. So Hiru buffs and cast spells. No, can freeze us in place. And Do, yeah, he punches. Okay, Hiru also can heal, so it's a good idea to take care of him first then. Oh, this is a trial. I actually just noticed that. Oh, I probably should be doing this faster then. There we go. Switch the other Gigash. Hey, Tornado Break leveled. There we go. Now it has its second swing. Still not the best, but definitely gonna get a third swing. Oh, I already took care of Dole. Must have been with a backswing of something. Yeah, it took way too long for that. Cut-in art is great. Like the cut-in faces.
Who are you?
A guardian who actually lives up to the reputation.
You're the leader of these rogues?
Right on the first try. Name's Alfred Tyler. Captain of the Landia.
Ethan Weber of the Guardians, captain of myself.
You really want to fight me? Perhaps you should reconsider.
We'll see about that.
It would be a shame to kill you now. You hold so much promise. Perhaps we'll fight again.
Tyler! I've gathered the Idiot Brothers.
Good work. I'm all done here. Lower the rope.
Aye, sir!
Hold on. What did you do with Karen?
Don't worry. She's just taking a nice little nap.
Lena never kills unless it's truly necessary.
Huh?
Perhaps we shall meet again, Ethan.
Tyler! Look! It's a Peru police patrol ship.
They're faster than I thought. All right, we're leaving.
Aye, aye.
Karen! Talk to me, Karen! Karen!
Ethan,
You're okay.
the gas knocked me out. I'm sorry, I should have been more alert. They kidnapped some people and ran off with the cargo.
It's not your fault. Those weren't your average run-of-the-mill rogues. I don't get it. What's so funny?
I'm sorry. It's just that I never thought that you would be the one comforting me.
Karen, I don't need comforting now. Not with muscles like these. Huh?
Well, we meet again.
Magashi.
How can you sit there laughing when you just let all the cargo get stolen?
Hey man, you need to get off our case. We were outnumbered and outmatched. There wasn't anything we could do.
Enough of your excuses. Standing by while rogues steal our research materials.
What is your problem, Makashi? It's not as if we didn't try to stop them. It's my fault for not realizing how strong they'd be. The Guardians are doing everything we can to help you.
Don't make me laugh. The Guardians are nothing but a bunch of idiots who are always getting in the way.
Ethan, you okay?
The next time you interfere, will be your last.
Well, that was a disaster. The rogues got away with half the cargo. It's probably a good thing the headmaster is asleep. Otherwise, I'm sure we'd be getting an earful.
The Tyler clan are the toughest rogues I've ever seen. I don't know if there's any way to beat them.
Did you see that guy, Tyler? His skills were very impressive. I'll tell you one thing, though, man. I need to get a lot stronger before I face him again.
Yeah.
Whoa! Excellent! Use those feelings.
Headmaster! You're awake!
It is only through your failures that you may truly know yourselves. Failure is strength, you see. It is the seed which causes all of us to grow.
Well, then I'll be growing much stronger.
And I will too, sir.
Good, good. How about we start training right now? I know of a rigorous training course nearby.
Headmaster Nave. He's the toughest in the galaxy.
Huh? Oh, no. I promised my sister I would come over.
Changing your mind already?
Yeah, me too. I have a date tonight.
Well, what's wrong with you two? What happened to getting stronger? That's it. Demerits!
Oh, come on!
I gotta say, Elfort Tyler, that feels like a pretty normal, reasonable fantasy name. I don't think it fits in the Phantasy Star universe, considering every other NPC name we've encountered so far. These end of chapter NPC wrap up shots are, they're a lot to take in, especially with the music. So emotional.
Ethan and his companions fly down to New Days, the second planet in the Graal system. In Otoku City, center of the Communion of Graal, Ethan again meets the Divine Maiden. What secrets of Karen's past will be revealed? Next time on Phantasy Star Universe, the Divine Maiden.
Oh hey, extra mode. Go to save screen. Wait, I think it's gonna...
In a faraway galaxy.
I'm gonna skip this for right now. I hate having to skip save this world, but because I wanted to head back to the title screen and not continue. I'm skipping all these cutscenes. We'll see them next time. For now, I'm just gonna send off with a quick check of extra mode. I actually kind of thought extra mode was unlocked after beating the game. Like, that was my memory of it. Yeah, no extra mode data found. But new game. I'm not actually... So, it's gonna give us... Okay, it just... So, yeah, extra mode is... offline. You get to create a character. And yeah, that's basically it. Just, you get to create a character, and it's not tied to the story mode. I'll just quickly... I'll use one of the defaults just for this quickly. I'm not even gonna save this. Like, this is just to go in and check, check out what it has in it. Because I'm pretty sure extra mode has, like, no story to it. And I just kind of want to make sure of that, yeah. In this mode, you can create your own character and explore the Graal system as another Guardian instead of as Ethan. More free missions and partner cards will become available to you as you progress in story mode. Game never ends in extra mode. So yeah, quickly checking. Yeah, it doesn't have the story missions from the online stuff, so that's kind of the big thing I was wondering about. If there would be the story missions, like episode 2 story. But yeah, for that stuff, we'd have to do we would have to do Ambition of the Illuminist's offline stuff, which functionally is extra mode for that, but it has actually, you know, story content. This is just, hey, if you want to play as your own character alongside, like, just do free missions and whatnot as your own character. That's really all this is. Like, yeah, that's it. So here's something that is unfortunate about that, though. So extra mode is, like I said, it's kind of like how with online you make your own character and you ultimately, you know, you're playing with other people, you're progressing your character, you're getting better gear and getting levels and whatnot. And it's all about the gear hunt, essentially. You can't carry your extra mode character into online. It's not like you're playing your extra mode character so that you can one day... I don't know why I went to the load. Maybe I'll just go back. Wait, no, right. It's going to boot me into the cutscene. So I'll just leave it here. So the reason why you would play your extra mode character is you would think, oh, hey, this is going to be my online character, and I'll play them to kind of, like, you know, one day carry them into online. But you couldn't, because online characters were stored server side. And extra mode characters are stored on your memory card. Alongside this, here's another big problem the game had. With specifically its online. When this game launched, they gated on-disc content heavily for online only. All the missions you could access were server-based. So, for extra mode is like I said, it's like online, so it actually is where the whole difficulty side of the game comes in. The idea of doing higher and higher difficulties of missions to get better and better gear. But, as mentioned, you couldn't really carry that into online. So it's just purely single-player stuff. But extra mode had access to all of the on-disc content. Online did not, at launch. It took quite a while for online to get access to all of the on-disc content, which people that were playing their extra mode characters could see all of it. They could see all of the gear from it. They could do everything in the game. They just couldn't do it with other players. They couldn't participate in any of the, like, MMO style things for the game. But the MMO players, the people playing online, had to just sit and wait as, Parum kind of is the only planet unlocked right now, and there's barely anything. The level cap is extremely low, and there's barely anything to get. Gotta wait a couple months for them to add Muatube, and actually start eventually adding the final boss of the game. Eventually adding, like, it was them trying to force acting as if there was an update schedule, and gating out content like that. And they did it really aggressively, too. To the point where, like I said, not even, like, whole planets out of the game's, like 4 different, like, kind of planets, counting the Guardian Colony as its own planet. I believe that it started with just network mode just started with Parum and the Guardian's Colony for places you could do missions at. And the last planet to have content to be added was a couple months after release. It was Muatube. You could finally access it. So that's a whole quarter of this game's locations, effectively. And it took months for that to happen, only for online play. This also, of course, it meant that, like, a lot of the gear, you'd be able to see it, you'd be able to effectively preview it, and just be able to use it, and figure out everything, like, for, like, build stuff and what you want to go for in offline, but you wouldn't be able to carry that character online. And then your online character would have to wait months before being able to access that content. So, yeah. The way they handled this game for its online content was horrible. Like I said, they were trying to act like it had an update schedule, like a real MMO. And it just meant more than any other game with on-disc content that is gated off of, like, for later updates. You could see all of the content as long as you just weren't playing online. So, yeah. That is actually one of the biggest reasons why this game killed so much of the faith of the franchise. Ambition of the Illumis, from what I remember, didn't gate content like that heavily. It did still add things in updates, but from what I recall, it was more along the lines of adding additional difficulties and, like, additional endgame stuff. It was still technically on disc, but at the very least didn't feel like any and all content was just not there. And it, at the very least, was still building off. Like, that's when a lot of the people who got into Universe got into it with Ambition of the Illuminus. So they at least had all of the base game content and all of the, like, forced update schedule stuff just already unlocked. And then there was the, like, events that they would regularly hold as well. But still, like I said, that is genuinely one of the biggest things that really killed this game on release. So, yeah. It's, like I said, it's not going to matter to us because we're still just playing through the single player stuff. We're not going to be doing extra mode pretty much at all. Like, I guess maybe, like, I'll create an extra mode character purely to transfer them over to Ambition, because there's bonuses for doing that, like with a complete story mode save file. But yeah. But anyways, so that was chapters 3 and 4. I actually don't know how many chapters there are in this game, so we'll find out eventually to figure out how long this is all going to take. There aren't really much there isn't much in the way of side stories in terms of, like, side quests for, like, story content, from what I can recall. So it should be a pretty easy ride through the entire thing. But yeah. So, with that all said, next week will be the continuation of Universe's story mode. We will continue to see Ethan's adventures. We will see a new planet, actually. New days. The home of the new men. But with all that said, thank you to everybody who joined in, and catch y'all next time.